এটাই তো।
अनम्यूट कर दिया था मैं उसे बहुत है जो
মিউট হয়ে গেল।
हाँ ଏବେ ଏବେ ତମକୁ ସବୁ ଶୁଭା ହଉଛି
হ্যাঁ
ତ ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆଉ ଥରେ କ୍ଲିକ୍ କରନ୍ତୁ
त्यांची पॅनलमध्ये काय मॅडम असत्या बाबा.
Yes, so
बैटरी क्यों लाई दी है? हैं? बैटरी क्यों लाई दी है? हैं केड़ी बड़ी तार ना
वो फोन दी तार कड्डो ना
फोन दी तार कट ना
अपने फोन ही ला लो
ये लाड़ी दे थैंक यू
हाँ शुरू नहीं हुआ क्या? मतलब शुरू क्यों नहीं किए? नहीं आ रहा इसलिए डाउट आया थे।
अब बोल लोगे तो सुनेगा
हाँ
नहीं लगेगा। ठीक है।
Joined online mode and offline mode. And Dr. Sajan, Dr. Khan, C.S. Prasad, they have joined. So I welcome you, sir, in this Centennial Symposium. And DG will join very soon. He has given time for 10, 15 minutes are left. So probably he will be joining very soon. We will start the proceedings of the. Thank you.
वो आप जो बोल लोगे वो सारा
हाँ सर समझ गया बताना हाँ सर
ठीक है
Boy, Koimin. Hi, Dr. Andan. How are you? It's a responsibility. It
इज़तनगर बना मुख्यालय, अभिनव अनुसंधान बना विश्वविद्यालय, शिक्षण शोध चिकित्सा पशु संवर्धन, ग्रामाभ्युदय श्वेत क्रांति, सहयोगी शुभ वरदान, जय हो पशु संस्थान। विविध व्याधि के टीके निर्मित, रोग अनेक हुए उन्मूलित, वृंदावनी सदृश गो विकसित, जन पोषक अभियान, मानव प्रिय कृषि सहचर हितरत, जय हो पशु संस्थान।
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. The more you know about the past, the better prepared you are for the future, goes the saying by Theodore Roosevelt. What we are today is molded by the past, ordained by the present, and motivated by tomorrow. It applies to persons, organizations, and institutions. On that analogy, the discipline of animal nutrition in India as a branch of veterinary and animal science has a past that is deeply rooted. And the completion of 100 years of existence is an occasion to celebrate. A very good morning and warm welcome to all the dignitaries who have joined this historic event both online and physically on behalf of the IVRI and the Animal Nutrition Association. For a formal welcome, I request Honorable Director of IVRI, Dr. B.P. Misra, who is, as a matter of fact, has captained the organizing team in the spirit of a true leader.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Very warm welcome to ICR Indian Veterinary Association. Very warm good morning to all the dignitaries. This is a privilege for the Veterinary Research Institute. That's a historic milestone of a centennial symposium celebrating 100 years of animal nutrition research in India. We are privileged to have our chief guest, none other than the Chief of Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. Trilopan Mahapatra, the Honorable Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR as the chief guest. We are privileged to have you again, sir, for this historic event and bless everyone with your wisdom. We look forward to your guidance as you have already been with IVRI. We all IVRians look forward to you and we are extremely thankful from our core of heart that you accept to be the chief guest of this today's event. I welcome Dr. B.N. Tripathi, Honorable Deputy Director General Animal Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, to act as the guest of honor for today's event. Welcome Revered Dr. S.K. Ranjan, former Chief Technical Advisor, FAO UNDP, and the stalwart in animal nutrition research in India, Guest of honor. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I welcome Dr. Khagesar Pradhan, sir, the most honorable former Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Agricultural University and Orissa University of Agricultural Technology, and a pioneering animal nutritionist researcher in India, to join us as guest of honor this morning at this event. I welcome the President, Animal Nutrition Association of India, Dr. A.K. Burma, and Head Animal Nutrition, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Patnaik, the General Secretary of the Association, Dr. Garg, all the distinguished Vice Chancellors, Directors of Animal Sciences, the distinguished alumni of IVRI, and the most distinguished animal nutrition researchers across India and the globe who have witnessing this particular historic event. I welcome all my distinguished joint directors, distinguished head of divisions, faculty, students, all the delegates who have joined across India, and all the animal nutrition researchers who are witnessing this event. On behalf of this faculty, staff, students, everyone at IVRI and IVRN, we welcome you all the dignitaries and all the delegates to this very historic event of celebrating 100 years of animal nutrition research in India. IVRI, as the legacy continues, we have been 131-year-old, and we have witnessed several of this historic event this very institute has witnessed. Today, one such a that a centennial symposium celebrating 100 years of nutrition research in India. It is apt for IVRI to host this, as we have done so in the past for celebrating the 75 years of animal nutrition research in India at this very institute. The legacy of this very old institute continues, and in that format, animal nutrition research in India started way back in 1921 at the Laboratory of Physiological Chemist in the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute, Pusa, Bihar. And that's the year 1921. We are completing 100 years today in 2021. And thereafter, the research continues, moved to Bangalore, moved to the Laboratory of Physiological Chemist at Mukteshwar, Kumaon, Nainital. And at the time, Frank Ware, the director of this very institute, and thereafter in 1936, this was shifted to the main campus at Imperial Veterinary Research Institute, Izatnagar. Subsequently, on the recommendation of the Royal Commission of Agriculture, 1931, this very day on 11th March, the majestic Animal Nutrition Research building was inaugurated by none other than the General Viceroy, then Governor of India, and the Chairman of the Royal Commission. At that very legacy, we continued, and today we are celebrating on 11th March 2021 the very existence and the research on animal nutrition research continue the journey from thereafter. I hope all the stalwarts, animal nutrition research in India, seat of learning of animal nutrition research started from this majestic building called Animal Nutrition Research at Izatnagar campus. And it has given many news in the contemporary research of animal nutrition. When it started with evaluating feed resources at that particular moment, continued the journey, and as the time required in 1970s, the room and microbiology was established. Thereafter, the modern science of nuclear research, incorporating isotopes in the area of animal nutrition, the nuclear research laboratory was established under the division of animal nutrition at IVRI. The seat of learning and animal nutrition research has contributed our ever increasing human resource requirement, and in the form we have created about or offered, IVRI has offered about 180 PhD, more than 250 MBSc, 20 IVRI associateship, 2 doctorate of science, and 1,000 faculties were trained under this PAPT program. So therefore, I hope IVRI take this pride to celebrate 100 years of animal nutrition research, and this juncture, at this animal nutrition research celebrating 100 years, we look forward to new research in the contemporary world. Wish the student symposium will be a great success. Also, the milestone for taking forward the animal nutrition research in coming years. Thank you once again all, and thank you from IVRI. Yes, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for almost summarizing the journey that animal research has made in this very esteemed institute. I now will invite Dr. A.K. Burma, President of the Animal Nutrition Association, to present a brief background about the Animal Nutrition Association. Please, Dr. Burma, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all in this inaugural function of Centennial Symposium. Honorable DG sir, DDG, all the directors of various institutes, former presidents of Animal Nutrition Association, all animal nutritionists, students, researchers. Indeed, it's a proud privilege for Animal Nutrition Association to organize a centennial symposium in memory of 30 years of animal nutrition research in India in collaboration with Premier Institute, Indian Veterinary Research Institute. Research of animal nutrition in this country has gone hand in hand with this Premier Indian Veterinary Research Institute since its inception in 1921. We started our journey from Pusa, Bihar, then moved to Bangalore, from Bangalore to Muktesar to this very campus in 1935. We are in this very historical building. This division, since its inception, has been engaged in research and teaching. As Director Sir has already mentioned that so far we have produced 2 DSCs, more than 200 PhD, 300 MBSc, 1,000 nurse trainings have been conducted through CAFT and CAS. We have NDH and NDFT courses and associateship courses. So it was one of the apex seat of training, research and development in this country. Whatever research has been done in early part of the century was basically done in this division only. With the inception of various agricultural universities and veterinary colleges, the science of animal nutrition spreads all over the country. Animal Nutrition Association was established in 1994 to 95. We have just completed 25 years of our journey as Animal Nutrition Association. Presently, we have more than 1,100 life membership to this association, and this association has grown leaps and bounds. And so far, we have organized 12 conferences, including this Centennial Symposium, 1 international conference in 2009, 7 national workshops, 1 sponsored conference which we supported to National Academy of Veterinary Sciences. The Journal of Animal Nutrition and Feed Technology, the official journal of Animal Nutrition Association, was having highest impact factor till last year. We will certainly regain this glory, and we will be the highest in impact factor in this country among all animal feed science journals. You see, any institution, when it gets older, it requires some of the energy to be enthusiast in the system. I request Honorable DG and DDG sir, since our division is 80 plus years old, we require some support in terms of human resource, infrastructure development, and instruments, because the scientific strength of this division has declined from 56 to 8, and nearly 4 scientists will be retiring within 4 years. So we need a massive support in terms of money and other facilities from the ICR. This Centennial Symposium will have a series of activities. There will be 2 plenary sessions. There will be invited lectures. There will be a session to reminiscence the memories by the veteran nutritionists for the past history. And there will be a centennial quiz competition, for which the first round has already been completed across all the 5 zones, North, West, East, Central, and the teams from all the 5 zones have been selected. Now that team will be contesting this quiz here within the 2 days proceedings. There will be an unique open session which has been meant for reminiscing the memories, where the participants, senior people present here or elsewhere through online mode, can share their memories of their research career. I am sure that the symposium will develop awareness about the historical perspective among the present day and upcoming animal nutritionists that highlights the development of the science of animal nutrition in India. I would like to thank Dr. IVRI for his wholehearted support, and all the members of Animal Nutrition Association, all the people who have given their hand to organize this symposium successfully. I would like to special mention about Dr. K. Patnaik, the organizing secretary, and the co-organizing secretaries, Dr. Sunil Jadhav and Dr. Narayan Datta, for arranging this mega event to commemorate 100 years of animal nutrition in this country. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To commemorate this occasion, we have come up with a commemorative plaque. May I now request Chief Guest of the function, Dr. Tilechur Mahapatra, Secretary DAR and DG ICR, for giving permission for unveiling the commemorative plaque virtually.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now invite the guest of honor of the functions, Dr. Kageshwar Pradhan, former Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Agriculture University and Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology, a doyen in the field of animal nutrition, for his words of blessings. Dr. Pradhan, sir.
Are you listening? Are you hearing me?
Yes, you are connected now. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Honorable DG ICR, Dr. Tilochand Mahapatra, Director IVRI, Dr. BP Mishra, Deputy DG ICR, Dr. B.N. Tripathi. Hearing? Are you hearing?
Yes, yes.
Huh?
Yes, please continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Our
थांब आता बस ना खाली बस खाली बस खाली बस खाली बस गडला
our
पा 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 थांब
okay. Okay.
Please,
No.
sir.
Okay.
We are hearing you. We are able to hear you.
Our senior most animal nutritionist of the country, Dr. S.K. Ranjan, Dr. A.K. Verma, Dr. A.K. Garg, A.K. Patnaik, and Dr. S. Sharma, and many other scientists who are here today, including few vice chancellors, Dr. Rameshwar Singh, S.P. Tiwari, and Dr. Vishnu Sharma, and most distinguished personality, Dr. Prakash Rao, President of NIVS. I hope he is here. Well, Dr. Let me thank the Director IVRI, Dr. BP Mishra, and the Animal Nutrition Association President, A.K. Verma, Secretary Garg, and A.K. Patnaik, and others in IVRI for celebrating this great function of 100 years of animal nutrition research in India. The animal nutrition research in India was established, I think already Dr. Mishra has given a brief note of it in 1921 at Imperial Agriculture Research Institute, USA. It was headed by Dr. J. Swartz of that institute. Then it was multiplied and shifted to many other places, Animal Nutrition Research Lab, and developed into a division of animal nutrition at IVRI, Izatnagar in 1928, under the chairmanship of Lord Lillingwood. And in 1952, 4 regional stations at Anand, Bangalore, and Kalyani and Palampu were established to conduct research in animal nutrition. Dairy Cattle Nutrition Division was created at NDRI Karnal. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research in 1967 started all India coordinated research project on utilization of agro-industrial byproduct at 4 centers, which has later extended to 8 centers. This is how it started. I mean, all inputs by the ICR, by the university for the animal nutrition research. In 70, species by animal science institutes were established under the ICR throughout India, having animal nutrition department section to conduct research on species-specific nutrition. Finally, the National Institute of Animal Nutrition and Physiology was conceived and established at Bangalore in 1975 by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. In addition, ICR used to sanction many ad hoc projects of short duration to strengthen the animal nutrition research activities in the country. Further, animal nutrition research was conducted in veterinary colleges like Madras Veterinary College, Bombay Veterinary College, Musura Veterinary College, Bihar Veterinary College, Bengal Veterinary College, Kerala, and so many others. Also, research conducted by animal nutrition departments section of agricultural and veterinary universities added to the pool of research data in animal nutrition. During early days, few stalwarts like N.D. Kehar, let me remember them today. It's a great opportunity for me to remember Dr. N.D. Kehar, Dr. K.C. Sen, Dr. S.N. Rai, worked different areas of animal nutrition research and significantly contributed to the discipline. They will always be remembered and respected by scientists in India and abroad. During last few decades, a number of animal nutrition-based technologies and practices have been developed and used in India with varying degree of success. Some technology have produced profound beneficial effect, and have been widely used, while others have shown potential on the research stations, but at field level have not been taken by livestock owners or farmers. This is very pity. We have a lot of technology available. This should be re-examined, pursued further. So with this, may I once again thank the organizers and all my scientists present here to have given me an opportunity and listen to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words of blessings. May I now request the guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Ranjan, former Chief Technical Advisor, FAO, UNDP, and consultant to World Bank, and more importantly, the former head of the Nutrition Division at IVRI, to share his thoughts on this memorable occasion.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Mahapatra, the Honorable Secretary, DARE and Director General ICR, Dr. Tripathi, the respected Deputy Director General Animal Sciences ICR, Dr. Pradhan, the former Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan Agriculture University and Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology, Dr. Misra, the Director of IVRI, Dr. Shok Verma, HDAN, distinguished animal nutritionists of the country, good morning. First of all, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Misra, Director IVRI, and Dr. Verma for giving me an opportunity to participate in this memorable occasion of 100 years of research in animal nutrition in India on the occasion of Centennial celebrations. I had a privilege and honor to head this division in 1970 up to 1978. After leaving the job of Professor of Animal Nutrition at JNKV, Jabalpur. I remember vividly the Golden Jubilee celebration, which has not yet been mentioned, when we completed 50 years of establishment of Animal Nutrition Division in 1971, in which I had organized the symposium in which the luminaries of animal nutrition like Dr. K.C. Sen, Dr. S.N. Ray, Dr. N.D. Keher, Dr. S.K. Talapatra, they all participated and in the symposium and graced the occasion. I am very grateful to the God that He has given me an opportunity to celebrate the 100 years, which I had never thought. After celebrating the Golden Jubilee, I thought that I will be no more, but God has given me a life to celebrate this Centennial celebration also. During my tenure at IVRI, there are two important sections which are added to the Animal Nutrition Division. One was the NRL, the Nuclear Research Laboratory, in which the radioisotopes are used in determining the human digestion and metabolism in various species of the animals. And number two was the utilization of agro-industrial byproducts as livestock feeds. A lot of research was done on this. The Nuclear Research Laboratory was headed by, at that time, by late Dr. U.B. Singh, and later on it was continued by Dr. Kamra, who had done a significant contribution in this particular line. In utilization of agro-industrial byproducts, there are 8 centers which were created, and I was the coordinator. And this section was also added in this division. I remember a lot of contribution which has been done by the animal nutrition scientists, and now we have all our own requirements of national nutrient research, nutrient requirement of the animals for different domestic animals. We have all these researches which were released by ICR in 1985 and then revised in 1995. And then finally, under the leadership of Dr. Pradhan, in 2013, we brought out the latest nutrient requirement for animals in the country. I wish all the success in the deliberation because I have a presentation in the plenary session in which I am likely to speak about the animal nutrition research in animal production. I wish this symposium to be successful And I wish and thank once again Director IVRI and Dr. Verma HDN for giving me an opportunity to participate in this memorable occasion to which is very dear to my heart. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your sweet words and blessings. Before proceeding further, I want to share with this house and those joined online that to commemorate this nostalgic occasion, we have created a short. May I request the chief guest of the function for giving us permission to play it?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Completion of 100 years of existence is an achievement in itself. Animal nutrition research in India completing 100 years provides us an opportunity to take us adrift down the memory lane. The importance of animal nutrition research in India was felt by the British era policy planners in the early 1920s, which led to the establishment of Laboratory of Physiological Chemists in the Imperial Agriculture Research Institute at Pusa, Bihar in August 1921. In the year 1923, the laboratory was shifted to the Imperial Institute of Animal Husbandry and Dairying in Bangalore. Later, in 1935, it was relocated from Bangalore to IVRI Mukteshwar and subsequently to the Izatnagar campus of the institute in 1936. It marked a new beginning in the era of animal nutrition research in the country. The watershed movement came when the section of animal nutrition research finally found its abode in the majestic building named Animal Nutrition Research in 1939. On this very day of 11th March, back then 1939, the building was formally inaugurated by then Viceroy and Governor General of India. Based on the changing needs, availability of expertise, and the advancement of science, animal nutrition research was diversified and made to function with the 6 constituent laboratories. The early research focused on mitigating the shortage of feeds, imbalance of nutrients interfering with the optimum production of livestock and poultry. The ameliorative measures for the different kinds of nutritional and metabolic disorders. The research had a focus on development of measures of treatment of metabolic and other diseases. Identification and nutritional evaluation of feeds resources, nutritional improvements of coarse dry fodders, identification of harmful herbaceous and their toxic principles. The impact of research carried out at the division at Izatnagar was there for others to see. In order to expand the benefits to other regions of the country in 1952, 4 regional animal nutrition research stations were established at Anand, Kalyani, Bangalore and Palampur. Subsequently, these stations were made independent centers of animal nutrition research and consolidate research activities targeting solving problems. Later, with the gradual establishment of agriculture universities across various states, structured animal nutrition research and teaching was taken by the respective veterinary and agriculture bodies. During these formative years, some of the notable achievements include development of calcium estimation methods in feeds, first-time detection of fluorosis in the country, role of lethyrus in fluorosis in grazing and ruminants, role of oxalate metabolism in precipitating calcium deficiency in paddy straw fed ruminants, scarcity feeding strategies during natural calamities, including urea molasses impregnated dry forages, the decision of the Government of India for the supplementation of vitamin A and D in the hydrogenated oil, establishment of the harmful effects of arginine oil and the method for detection of and its adulteration in mustard oil. A research for the early publication takes us back to 1940, the publication on a calcium estimation method by Dr. S.K. Kalapatra and co-workers. The technique is still used by animal nutritionists even after more than 80 years have passed on. And then there were 2 publications from the division which was made into the Annals of the Indian Veterinary Research Institute, published in Nature by Dr. Mahadevan and co-workers and Dr. Malik and Murthy. With this brief history on the journey of animal nutrition research from 1921 to 2020, let us hear from some of the animal nutritionists about how they reminisce their part in their nostalgic journey.
Greetings from Dr. S.K. Ranjan, former head of the Animal Nutrition Division of IVRI from 1970 to 78. In last 100 years, the animal nutrition research in India has not only helped in increasing the animal production in the country, where India is the largest producer of milk in the world. In 1976, there was a severe drought in Maharashtra, where a large number of animals were dying. So we opened the cattle relief camp around the sugar factories, because Maharashtra is very rich in sugarcane. And then these animals were fed with bagasse fortified with 1% urea and molasses. And these were fed to the animals, and these animals were saved.
Great opportunity to recollect old days of my student life in India and USA. I was studying the BSc course in Odisha Veterinary College, Bhubaneswar. I was always thinking of going abroad for higher studies and become a professor. This was my dream, which I got fulfilled in 1969 when I had both master and doctoral degree in animal nutrition from the University of Maryland, USA.
Along with Dr. S.K. Ranjan, my supervisor, we developed nutrient requirement and feeding standard of the farm.
Once you domesticate the animal, your first responsibility becomes to feed them properly. This is what is the beginning of animal nutrition research.
Has a glorious past and has greatly contributed in laying down the foundation of animal research in India. This is the right place to hold the symposium. I'm fortunate to be still enough to join you all on this occasion.
I think on after 15 decades of life, I would like to research. I have been invited to be part of the celebration. This occasion, very exciting would be that the most important thing is
I started working in animal nutrition in 1978 and got retired in 2018. And almost 40 years.
Most of that, I went to IVRI for doing PhD program. There we started work on the evolution of green fodder by in vivo vis in vitro technique. There we make use of isotope, and isotope was used for the first time in India for measuring the BFA production rate in.
I was alumni of IVRI. I started my career in the animal nutrition division at IVRI in 1969 and was here up to 1970. It was a dream of all the students in the veterinary colleges in India to join the postgraduate college at IVRI, since postgraduate facilities and the exposure to research was not available in the colleges in the state level.
In 1969, under UNDP program, Nuclear Research Laboratory came into existence. The aim was to use soft radiation isotope in animal nutrition research. I became part of the NRL, another UNDP program, that is SIDA IAEA program, also came during that time.
100 years of animal nutrition research are interwoven with the stupendous growth of IVRI. Although I had no opportunity to be an alumnus of this historical division, but I learned many intricacies of research and its management as a scientist. From 1991 till I was shifted to ICR headquarters as Assistant Director General of Human Resource Development in the year 2010.
At this juncture, it is time for us to remember the contribution of great animal nutritionists of India, especially Dr. K.C. Sen and S.N. Ray, who laid strong foundation for animal nutrition research in the country, which was subsequently carried forward by eminent scientists like Dr. S.K. Ranjan, Dr. K. Pradhan, and others.
I am extremely happy and feel honored associated with the centenary celebrations of the animal nutrition research in India. I compliment the ICAR, IVRI, and the Animal Nutrition Association for organizing such a wonderful event.
I feel blessed to be an alumni of Animal Nutrition Division of IVRI. The Institute has given me the opportunity to work under an eminent scientist, Dr. S.K. Ranjan and Dr. N.R. Pathak as co-guide.
This is indeed heartening to know how the initial research that was done at the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute in 1921 led to the development of Animal Nutrition Division of the Indian Veterinary Research Institute during the period from 1921 to 1939. The animal nutrition research has come a long way since then.
I feel proud and privileged to be associated with the Division of Animal Nutrition as a student and later on as a scientist. We are stalwarts of animal nutrition 100 days of age. The training and grooming received during the MEC in animal nutrition.
I was a postdoctorate student during 1986 to 89, and lot of memories are there which are vividly till today in my mind, projecting my golden days at IVRI in animal nutrition.
It's so heartening to know that IVRI is celebrating 100 years of animal nutrition research in India. I congratulate IVRI and the organizers of this event and thank them for making me part of this historical event.
45 years ago, I got my MBA degree in animal nutrition from College of Medicine, Tirupati, the only thesis without feces.
Thank you. May I now call upon the guest of honor, Dr. B.N. Tripathi, Deputy Director General Animal Science at ICR and the leader of animal science research in the country, for his observation to mark the occasion.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. I am audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Very honorable Secretary there and DG of Indian Council of Agriculture Research and head of ICR family is steering through for the last more than 5 years. ICR to a very distinguished position. A very distinguished guest of honor and senior most animal nutrition scientist in this country, Dr. S.K. Ranjan. And also under guest of honor, Dr. K. Pradhan. And I see that very esteemed and respected vice chancellors from various university, Dr. Rameshwar Singh from Vasu, Dr. Vishnu Sharma, Vice Chancellor Rajwas, Dr. S.P. Tiwari from Jabalpur, and a very distinguished president of National Academy of Veterinary Science, Dr. Prakash Rao. And I'm able to see many heads of divisions, previous former heads of division, Dr. N. Pathak, Dr. D.K. Agrawal, and many other heads of division, Dr. Krishnamurthy, and President of the Association and Head of Animal Nutrition Division of IVRI, Dr. Ashok Verma, Dr. Krishnakar Sharma, Patnaik, directors of all my esteemed institute from ICR, Alumni Association from throughout, and I could see that there are so many people attached to this webinar and this celebration. And all IVRI faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to each and every one of you. At the outset, I would like to send my warm greetings to each of you and thank you for being here for this historic occasion. This celebration, I would like to send my greetings to those who could not be with us today, including alumni and friends around the world who are watching this event live on the web. We are all fortunate, as Dr. Ranjan said, that we could able to see Golden Jubilee. Now he is fortunate enough to see Centennial. It is likely that we may not, it is most likely that we are not able to see bicentennial celebration. So friend, this is very, very historic occasion. And we are all delighted to be part of this celebration. Right from the initial remarks from Dr. Mishra, Dr. Burma, Head of Division, and a few words of advice and research in India from Dr. S. K. Ranjan and K. Pradhan, and also the comments of the leading animal nutrition scientists from India that has really brought us together on this momentous occasion. We're able to feel that how nutrition research has been so important that the concept of having a laboratory way back in 1920, and we have passed a very glorious 100 years of research, producing good science on animal research, and animal nutrition research, and also producing hundreds of human resources for this country. I remember those days when I was a student at IVRI in 1985. I have seen many of head of division when the faculty were more than 25 those times. So friend, this division has a very glorious history and has contributed significantly. I'm not going to talk much about the nutrition research as such, because I'm seeing the time is 11:15, and our DD has got another meeting at perhaps at 11:30. But some of the very important issues that I would like to highlight are the productive enhancement. How nutritional research is important, how nutritional intervention is important for increasing animal productivity. During 1819, we had a 187 million ton. Now in 1920, we have got 198 million ton. So this is all increasing everywhere with the over 6% increase in the growth of dairy sector as such. And this is one of the important factor is that it is also due to, leave aside other reproductive technology and other things. Nutritional intervention. Nutritional intervention has also played a great role in increasing the milk production in this country. Now the people, as with the increase in the middle income group from this country, people are more conscious of nutritional security, quality food, safe food, and therefore the challenges before the animal nutrition scientists are many. We have got challenges of shortage of dry fodder, clean fodder, concentrate. At the same time, people are very conscious of getting good quality milk, good quality meat, good quality, and so on and so forth. And also, at the same time, we have to look about the environmental sustainability. We cannot really use, we have to reduce. There are many sectors in the country have been asked to reduce the carbon footprints. And if in India, livestock sector as such, it contributes around 16% of greenhouse gases. And nutrition also, if you go for the cattle and buffalo, it contributes major by the methane emission from the animals. How we are going to assess, how we are going to address this issue is an important and is also a main theme of research also in IVRI also and at our other institute in Bangalore. So they have been doing it and see that how we can reduce the methane emission to the extent of 20%. And also we will have to go further different other approaches to reduce the methane emission. Now, one other aspect that I would like to highlight here is that nutrition and health it has been a quite a related subject. Nutrition and health, many nutritional diseases as such, they are quite important in this country. And I would say that with the use of area-specific mineral mixture throughout the country, that has really made a tremendous effect on the production and quality of milk and milk products. It has also increased the reproductive efficiency of animals, where there's not a problem of any stress and downheat, etc. Therefore, nutrition as such is very important. One other issue is that we have got a lot of shortage of green fodder and a lot of poor quality feed. How we can really go further improvement in the quality of feed by adding phytonutrients and feed additives so that our quality can be enhanced. And also feed utilization. There could be a relationship between feed efficiency ratio and also the milk trade. So we are trying, that when we go for the selection, that this feed efficiency ratio should also be taken into account, and there should be a good methodology to assess and estimate the feed efficiency ratio so that we can be a part of our selection process. Now, our nutritional research will also have to be collaborated and work in association with the national priorities like researching indigenous cows. Now, recently we have got our DG has asked IVRI to milk quality assessment of composition of milk, and we found a lot of variation in the milk composition of our 50 cattle breed. From 3%, 4% fat, we have got around 6.9% fat in our. And further increase the productivity by nutrition intervention. How we can take our animals, nearest animal for a quality product and make it a brand work on that for indigenous cows, so that farmers can get better productivity and better benefit out of it. Now, one other aspect that also due to the increase in the fat population in the country, pet nutrition research of late is also I know we started at IVRI also. So that can also be a very important subject to study. And with the growing pet population, there will be a lot of demand. And also, our Prime Minister has also very well said that why our indigenous dogs that are equally intelligent. And you know that one of the dogs, Chippipari, has been found to be very useful dog to detect COVID positive cases. So similarly, so the requirement of exotic dogs and indigenous dogs will be different, and therefore nutritional research would also be directed in that direction. Then the sixth issue I like to bring out to the human microbiome. It is the least studied. It is so extensive, so exploring area that we have to really work on it, not from the point of only reduction in methane emission, but also with the intervention of biotechnological parameters so that we can have a better feed utilization and microbial protein also. So some of these issues that we have to really focus in our efforts in the next few years, so that we can challenges are there, no doubt. Population is increasing, nutritional security is the main issue now, food sufficiency there. So friends, it is just I think what time whatever I speak, I will take the end of our DG. So let me stop here, and I congratulate all of you to be part of this great celebration of Animal Nutrition Division. Thank you very much. I'm getting call once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for some of the issues for future research endeavors in animal nutrition. So, animal nutrition research has a tradition of awarding the experts in the field of animal nutrition every 2 years during its biennial conference. May I now invite Dr. A.K. Garg, General Secretary of the Association, to please declare the awards
Dr. Clark, please. Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Honorable Chief Guest of Honors, Vice Chancellors, Directors, and all the dignitaries offline and online. Without taking much of the time, the Animal Nutrition Association, which as just now told by Dr. Verma, President of ANA, has completed 25 years and with more than 1,000 members. It honors every 2 years the significant contributors in the field of nutrition. This is my great privilege and honor to declare different awards for the year 2018 to 2020. So the first award, Animal Nutrition Association, Mrs. Saroj Zakhmola Award for Best PhD Thesis in Animal Nutrition. This award is given to the outstanding doctoral research work, and it carries a cash award of rupees 10,000, a memento and a certificate. This year, two our PhD scholars, Dr. Gopi M., scientist NAINP Bangalore, and Dr. Partha Sarthi, Swine, who has done his PhD from NDRI Karnal. They have been given they are sharing the award for Best PhD Thesis Award for the Animal Nutrition. So, the next award is Dr. ANA Dr. MS Rahel Award for Best Paper published in the Official Journal of Animal Nutrition and Association, that is the Animal Nutrition and Feed Technology. This year, that award goes to Dr. Temjung Sang and Dr. A.K. Samanta's paper, which was published in 2019, volume 19 issue of the journal. And this award carries a cash prize of rupees 10,000, memento and certificate. So next award, we have the Young Scientist Award, Dr. U.B. Singh Memorial Young Scientist Award. For this, okay. Yeah. Which one now? Okay. Now, okay, Fellow of Animal Nutrition Association. This year, we have given the seven scientists who have significantly contributed to the animal nutrition. These 7 persons are Dr. Bandala Srinivas, Principal Scientist, NAINP Bangalore.
Your voice is gone. We're not hearing you.
Hello. Yeah.
We're not hearing you.
Yeah. So this year, we are honored to give the honorary fellowship to 3 of our eminent animal nutritionists, Dr. Rameshwar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Bihar Animal Science University, Patna, Dr. P. Vishwas, former Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal Science, Fisheries and Kolkata, and Dr. Vishnu Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Rajasthan University of Veterinary Science, Bikaner. So these may be admitted by the chief guest. Now the next award is the ANA Dr. DVR Prakash Rao Outstanding Research Award. This year, the award goes to Dr. Putan Singh, Principal Scientist and Station in Charge, IVRI Mukteshwar. This award carries a cash prize of rupees 50,000, memento and a certificate. The next award, and one of the best award of this ANA Dr. Usha Rani Mehra Lifetime Achievement Award. It goes to Dr. A. Sahu, Director NRC Camil, who is also an alumni of IVRI. This award carries a cash prize of rupees 50,000, a memento and certificate. I congratulate all the awardees on my behalf and on behalf of ANA, and I request the Honorable Chief Guest to kindly confer these awards to these awardees in virtual mode, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please, and heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Garg, General Secretary, for declaring the award. Hello. To mark this occasion, we have brought out a publication containing some historic facts about 100 years of nutrition research in the country. I now request Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Trilochana Mahapatra, Secretary DARE and sir, for releasing the same virtually.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now it's the time to listen to Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Trilochana Mahapatra, a great scientist, academician, and administrator rolled into one, commanding the agricultural research in the country and piloting it on a path of scientific progress, intellectual prosperity, and more importantly, societal welfare, for his inspiring words.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nice to be here. There are stalwarts, Dr. K. Pradhan, Dr. S. K. Ranjan, Dr. Pathi, of course, Dr. Mishra, Director IVRI, Dr. Patnaik, Organizing Secretary, and also Dr. A.K. Verma, President of the Association. And also, I find several current and past Vice Chancellors who are present this occasion are recognized as fellows. Dr. Rameshwar Singh, Dr. Vishnu Sharma, Dr. Purnendu Bishwas. Now, I also see Dr. C. Prasad present today. Could be a host of others, very senior colleagues having rich experience in the field present today. All the colleagues from ICR headquarters, of course, Dr. Tripathi and Dr. Tyagi and all other colleagues from the ICR headquarters, colleagues from IVRI, Premium Institution, Veterinary Science, colleagues and delegates from all parts of the country and maybe outside, students, researchers, press and media representatives. I, on my own behalf, extend a very hearty welcome to each one of you who have joined this particular program. I'm told large number of colleagues have joined the program today. At the outset, let me congratulate everyone who are recognized, awarded with various awards, fellowships by the association. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Director IVRI and his colleagues working on nutrition, animal nutrition at IVRI, for this long checkered history of 100 years on animal nutrition research. This commemoration of 100 years of contribution is a milestone in the history, it's annals of history of the institution, and more so of the Department of Animal Nutrition. Animal nutrition has been evolving, and so also the institutions. I am privileged to be part of this historic occasion where we have just not unraveled the centennial plaque, the commemorative plaque, but also unraveling, inaugurating the symposium. But more than that, being part of this 100 years history that we are celebrating. I am fortunate to be here amongst the stalwarts, Dr. Pradhan, Dr. Ranjan, and others who spent their lifetime unraveling several aspects of nutrition, animal nutrition. It's a fortunate moment to have all these stalwarts together linked to this particular program to celebrate what institution can do, what dedication of scientists can contribute, and how this country's research as well as development can be strengthened by way of these laudable contributions over a long period of time, not looking back at any point. So this is apt that the institution has chosen this occasion to have a symposium, and there are colleagues from certainly various parts of the country that would be participating in this centennial symposium, and which will be discussing various facets of nutrition research, the kind of developments which are taking place, kind of issues which are being raised, and the kind of challenges that we in India and at the global level that we have before us to have a future which is quite satisfying future for us, because we get productivity increase, we get economic benefits out of these activities, and also country benefits. The animals do benefit in shorter terms because they might be sacrificed in its later stage, but it does contribute to the productivity, depending on what we are actually extracting, whether it is milk or meat or whatever. So contributing to animals' productivity may not be always animal well-being. So while I was getting contacted by Dr. Mishra and Dr. Tripathi that I should attend, so I practically don't come with any idea, any thinking, or anything of that sort, because I have absolutely no background about animal nutrition research, development, technology, and all that. So having that blank slate is dangerous, might be dangerous, because ignorance might bring about quite a bit of nuisance, by way of ideas which have no meaning actually. And on the other hand, ignorance and a clean slate might also give the mind to provide something, could be new, which is not being thought about. But I might fail in both, giving you any new ideas, or even enthusing you with something which is happening, because I don't know either. So I will spend a few minutes and try to catch your attention, in this whole context, and setting the context for the symposium to deliberate upon, and how do we actually build, animal nutrition research and development in this country, if they are found worthwhile, during my deliberation. Uh, Certainly, there are several achievements to our credit in these 100 years of research and development. We have studied the nutritional requirements of different animals, whether it is a large animal system or small ruminant system. So we have been able to really understand, and also in case of poultry, we have been able to understand the nutritional requirements of various animal groups. And in the process, by after thorough understanding, we have developed the feeding standards for cattle, or even buffalo, sheep, goat, or whatever. So we have been able to develop that systematic analysis of nutritional requirements. Similarly, we have also identified, nutritional deficiency based, problems in animals. Or what could impact the animal system, and how do we really ameliorate those problems, by way of supplementation, of nutrition in various formats. And of course, our recommendation of supplementation for vitamin A and D in animals or in human, which has been now extensively used globally and also nationally, not just based on our own recommendation, but there are global studies and which clearly reveal the efficiencies with regard to nutrition, and supplementation is essential, particularly with regard to these vitamins. Similarly, we have succeeded with regard to the development of feed additives, and even you do find probiotics, and other supplementary systems in feeding. So these are all have been possible through the research, not just of this particular department, but through the kind of alumni this institute has generated, the department has generated, produced. I'm told more than 200, 300 completing degrees in master's level and going out, and occupying chairs of substance nationally and internationally, and by way of that contributing and strengthening the animal nutrition research and development, at different scales and levels. So obviously, at the time of crisis, when you don't have a feed system, so my colleagues in various institutions, I see that they have gone for feed blocks, development and design and production, and supplementing those feed blocks with additional nutrition, and so that at the time of scarcity, off season, where green fodder is not available, dry fodder is also a problem in far-flung areas, hilly tracts, in big winters season. So we have these kind of feed blocks, and also the machines to do all these. They have been actually developed, and so these are the kind of, I'm talking about some of these which we have been doing and working in this direction. And similarly, there is some degree of research on nutrition, particularly using plant-based product, managing health and also managing nutrition, and including the nutrition of various animals and pets and so on and so forth. So mineral nutrition, area-specific mineral nutrition mixtures were mentioned. And when I visit Dr. Bhatt's Institute on Animal Nutrition and Physiology, I do find their claims and then their product, not just claims, their products going to the field on area-specific mineral mixes that getting commercialized and contributing to health of animals. Not only just health of animals, but also the reproduction, the infertility getting addressed by way of appropriate nutrient supplementation. These are some of these kind of developments which in fact make us proud, and then all these, not today's, just today's batch of scientists who are working, but all those who have contributed in the past. So we express our gratitude to all of them, and some of them are present today, some of them are not present, and some of them have left us already. So this is the time to actually recognize their contribution at a bigger scale, and then see that they are felicitated in different fora. So today we have done at your own level. The society has done their own level. I appreciate that, and also congratulate everyone once again. I think the country is proud of what we have done, but you all know that how things are moving and which direction we should be really moving. And certainly there is severe deficiency of say green fodder, even dry fodder, that you all know. And the enriched feed system is not really available. It's not actually general farmers, animal farmers are not able to access that kind of feed for proper nutrition. Certainly, we have done exceedingly well. Our milk production this year most likely going to cross 200 million tons mark, and in 2021 and rather 2020, 2021, and growth rate of about 6%. That is something which is remarkable. And obviously, it cannot happen without proper nutrition of the animals. So while we are doing so, but the deficiencies are there to address the nutritional issues in the country. So unless we address that and accelerate, our convergence mode of operation through the regional committees, what has been seen is state after state claiming the further needs and deficiencies which need to be met immediately to promote higher productivity in not just cattle but even other animals and systems. In poultry, for instance, we don't have adequate maize produced to actually provide the feed system for the whole industry. There are other examples. I'm not going to those details. Green fodder availability is a serious constraint, and in different seasons there are problems. And we have Fodder Research Institute. It has several varieties, but where are they? How far we have been able to really promote? And the other day, mention was made that when I was in a meeting, where the floriculture mission was launched for the CSIR, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology was emphasizing on having a floriculture kind of large garden by using the space available in all the CSIR institutions. And that is what is actually a kind of idea which was placed there. And given that you have 100 years of nutrition research, and can all the institutes and should all the institutes under animal science division of ICAR and all the universities, that's what was decided in one of the meetings, that should we not have a kind of garden, not just displaying few, fodder species, but for the sake of students and so on and so forth, that should be there, of course, but going beyond that, having a small animal, kind of system where we can maintain those, and also the nutri gardens for the animals. So nutri gardens for the animals, and can we really create them, plan it out, and then have these established in all the institutions under the animal science division, and as well as in the veterinary universities or universities having veterinary faculty. So can we really do this in nutri gardens for animals, animal nutrition gardens, animal nutrition gardens? I'm sure we should be able to build these animal nutrition gardens, and if we prepare a plan of action to build animal nutrition gardens for the purpose of study, that could be limited number of displays, but a bit larger scale of production for the animals which are there, appropriate, nutrition studies, and conveying that what could be the right mixture of fodder, and feed system that needs to be really fed, they provided to the animals. So that could be, one, idea to actually consider. Not that I am imposing on you, but to consider how relevant it is and whether we need to really deliberate this further. Certainly, we have been talking about alternate feed system. Moringa has emerged as one of them, having multiple nutritional benefits for the animals. Thanks to Honorable Minister Sri Giriraj Singh Sahab, who actually kept on insisting that Moringa should be part of the animal feed system, or even poultry feed and fish feed system. Given the kind of protein, the given kind of other nutritional factors, it is reached naturally. So if it is the case, I know how best Moringa can be mainstream. Can Moringa be mainstream? Or even other feed system? We were discussing other day, we signed a MOU with the Ministry of Textiles, particularly the Central Silk Board, to cultivate mulberry. The mulberry fruits, for instance, the animal and the human food system, or the leaves for the insects, the tussar production system, and the silk insects, but more than that, as a feed system, as a food system for animals, whether the fruits or the the leaves. The neem, I saw the other day the way goats are relishing the neem leaves as a fodder. There are plenty of such kind of material which can be produced at a commercial level. Just cut the mulberry plant and you see how much foliage it produces, and so also the moringa, and all these alternate systems, and we can build agroforestry system for fodder, not just for fuel wood, or even the grains and so on and so forth, or fruits. So it could be for fodder, and in fact, this is one of the concepts how we improve upon this system. And newer ideas in this direction certainly would bring laurels to the scientists and laurels to the institution. Dr. B.P. Mishra told me that scientists in the nutrition division there they produced published papers in Nature. For instance, one related to bamboo flowering, rats activity being correlated. And that is a relationship with the nutrition and so on and so forth. And one can go much beyond just what is available in terms of hearsay and established in terms of science, that how the nutrition can be related to various kind of diversity that we have, and harness the diversity through appropriate agroforestry system in this country, so that the further needs are adequately met. Can we develop a action plan? The IVRI is building, Dr. Mishra, and your nutrition scientists, instead of doing research in isolation, reinventing the wheel is not really required, and we must know what is happening in other institutions and how things are moving, and no need to really repeat, rather than to work together, and that would provide opportunity to learn, and that would also provide to move faster, and that would also provide great deal of insight into the science of animal nutrition, and the fodder system. We haven't really characterized. You have published a technical bulletin with regard to the nutritional value of feed and fodders, and I congratulate you for that, and that should be actually translated into all languages, and distributed to all the states and then farmers through KVKs to the farmers. What are the nutritional values of different feeds and fodders, and what could be the right combination to choose from for feeding the animals and different kinds of animals. So that could be certainly Animal Nutrition Institute would be doing, and along with the Animal Nutrition Institutes, I believe Dr. Bhatt would be here. So you should be able to really, provide that to everybody. But that's not really all. How much of nutritional value you understand? What is that nutrition factor we have analyzed? And should we not really go deeper? I believe there is a need is to go much deeper to understand different metabolites, which are available there, not just major macromolecular things which are present in terms of fat, in terms of carbohydrates or proteins, or so on and so forth, a major fraction of nutrition, but going beyond that in terms of micronutrient profiles, vitamins, and many other even micro elements, and so on and so forth, and even the other metabolites which might influence the animal nutrition. The world is moving very fast, and we should be actually able to go much faster in this direction. We might be planning. And Dr. Mishra and colleagues, when I see that the way we analyze the value, nutritional value, you take rice, means rice one variety which is chosen. But if you see the major varietal composition in the country for rice, or for wheat, or for that matter, where the straws are consumed as animal feed, or for that matter, other species where a number of varieties are existing. So understanding the nutrition value at the varietal level is very little. So that should be efforts to understand the nutritional composition of plant parts of different varieties in different species. The other day, National Institute of Nutrition brought out a document, telling that these many food items have such kind of nutrition. That is grossly insufficient. By taking just one variety or two variety, to describe the nutritional value of a particular species. What is consumed in eastern part of the country in the form of rice straw, is different from what is consumed in Uttar Pradesh, or for that matter elsewhere. or southern part of the country, because varieties are different, and so also the wheat straw, and so also the and varietal differences in today's world is quite huge, and anti-nutritional factors. Anti-nutritional factors, their understanding and characterization, for instance, the oxalates, and there could be many other, the protease inhibitors as one of the bigger challenges in protein nutrition and protein digestibility, and their presence in various legumes, their fodder system, and so on and so forth. So understanding in greater detail the anti-nutritional factors is also important. And this is already going to be 12 o'clock. I don't want to really take more time, but one can keep on, deliberating. So these are actually areas where I believe that there are a lot of things happening. And because as I have started with a clean slate. So I will be just pointing out a few things, and you can see where are the gaps and where you need to really focus on. So that is one thing I believe that there is a great deal of work need to be done, and the kind of cactus that we grow internationally, cactus is now being used as a fodder, and having a huge quantity of moisture there, and thornless cacti are also now available. And some universities, the feeding trials have started, and somewhere it has been, demonstrated that it could be a good source of, fodder for, supplementing what is available. So alternative fodder system, feed system, their nutritional, detailed nutrition characterization, can be looked at as one of the areas for further focusing and planning, because unless we understand gaps, we cannot contribute to further development in the field. The gap area identification and planning based on that is very, very essential. And today we talk of food feed, and we talk of one health system. Soil has to be good. The fodder, good fodder, nutritious fodder can be produced from good soil, and soil nutrition has to be taken care. And unless we do that, there cannot be better fodder production, better feed production. And so animal nutrition, cannot just happen by feeding antibiotics or feeding vitamins, vitamin B, vitamin A. Supplementation cannot really address all the nutritional requirements of the animals. So what is required is the balanced diet. What is required is right kind of feed and fodder. So when we say this, that the food which is being provided in terms of supplementation, antibiotics, and other items which are being provided, one need to really see how do we produce safe food for animals, safe feed for animals. So how we are addressing those, and is it adequate, or there are deficiencies in producing safe food for animals? So safe animal food, safe animal-based food would be possible if our food production systems for animal is safe. So there are two interlinked aspects of nutrition. So human nutrition and linked to safe animal food, and safe animal food, animal-based food. Animal-based foods means milk and meat and so on and so forth, or eggs. And unless the animal feed and food is safe, and you cannot expect that the animal food for human is also safe. So in today's world, where the consumers are very conscious of safe food, and global trade is based on safe food supply system, and global pricing and export import being guided by the safe food systems, where traceability is playing a very important role, I strongly believe that we have to actually establish this system, that safe feed food is produced for animals, and safe meat and milk and eggs are produced by the animals, and so that human health is addressed adequately. We talk about malnutrition in this country, and we can't just eliminate malnutrition, by neglecting animal health and nutrition, and by neglecting soil health and nutrition. So they are all interlinked, and that's the context of One Health that we should address. And that goes beyond this, that we have to address genetic diseases and other aspects of One Health. I'm not going into those details. But what is my focus is safe food. Because, often we try to treat with a different feed and fodder system which is available with us. Dr. Tyagi knows that, we have, started a program where we treated, rice straw and other straw, wheat straw with ammonia. And ammonia treatment, we thought it will enrich, and that was practiced long back. But when ammonia was treated, there are some factors which might cause serious health problems in animals. Although there was significant increase in milk production and meat production in buffalo, for instance, but we do find, did see that there are some negative impacts, and that's the reason why the whole project, didn't move forward. So what I'm trying to say is there is quite a bit of research still, lagging behind, and we should be able to really address that, as we go along. When we do this, that we don't really realize that the anti-nutritional factors and their elimination is very, very important. Enhancing nutrition factors is very, very important. In this context, the biofortified food system is also important. When you go for area-specific mineral mixture, that's good. But if you have a biofortified crops and varieties, and if you start using large-scale those biofortified crops and varieties in the feed system, in the fodder system, in the food system, using the grains, I'm sure we should be able to address malnutrition to a great extent. And at the same time, we have to really intensify our research in the area of elimination of anti-nutritional factors. We have done little, but there is a long way to go unless we identify the anti-nutritional factors with regard to animal nutrition. Will not be able to really address elimination, genetic elimination of anti-nutritional factors in animal feed and fodder system. And so there is a great need to really focus on those anti-nutritional factors, identify gap areas, and develop varieties of feed and fodder, so that can be, having very little or no anti-nutritional factors. So this would be genetic research, but the current developments in the area of gene editing can provide a huge opportunity for silencing some of those genes, in the resident genes, and then producing a variety which could be dearth of, which could be having little or no anti-nutritional factor. So there are several examples: no lipoxygenase in soybean and low protease inhibitor soybean. They are all traditional methods of breeding which has been utilized, and mutants have been deployed. But by use of gene editing, one can produce such kind of fodder system for animal nutrition. So this area is very, very important, and one need to really look at impassionately how we can do this. And our regulatory system is evolving, and I'm sure genome-edited organisms should be accepted, and we should be able to really promote genome-edited organisms, because large number of genes are getting discovered. And in these kind of species which are used as feed and fodder, if you identify very specifically those anti-nutritional factors, you can go for silencing by spray of small, non-coding RNAs, and in the process, the fodder produced could be devoid of anti-nutritional factors. by way of spraying, small non-coding RNAs. Also, one can go for genetically, changing the species by way of editing. So a whole lot of possibilities are there, while we are planning our work. But I'll now enter into 5 minutes. I'll finish. Enter into some very subtle kind of things. Animal nutrition at a gross level, we understand, and we also see that the animal system requires such a feed, and all that we characterize. How much we have, understood that the, translocation of animals or transport from one location to another location does impact animal health and nutrition. How much of a captivity impacts the animal nutrition, how much of treatment with antibiotics impacts the animal nutrition. A recent study, which I was going through in scientific reports, a 2021 study published in January itself, that reveals very clearly in animal system, they have taken elephant system, how they, when they get transported from one region to another region, and how very quickly they have a changed gut microbiome, and gut microbiome having tremendous influence on animal nutrition, and how it is getting altered by way of change of location, by way of change of the nature of their lifestyle, whether it is sedentary captive lifestyle or free or ranging lifestyle. So that also determines the gut microbiome, and in the process the nutrition, because the metabolism greatly defined by the microbiome. That Dr. Kamra, I see he's there, and he has studied quite a bit of this gut microbiome and defined some inhibitory systems by way of supplement, of feed supplement, and then which can inhibit greenhouse gas emissions. So that's another dimension of gut microbiome. So understanding gut microbiome in detail for a particular herd through a number of animals, not just 1-2 animals, a number of animals, and trying to understand what is that microbiome which is existing in IVRI herd of pig or IVRI herd of cattle, how it is compared with NDRI herd of cattle, and what is the difference between two breeds, the Brindamani versus Sahiwal, or for that matter, the Kankres or Gir, and what is the microbiome differences that it is contributing to their nutrition and feed utilization and the process, the milk yield, and their sustainable production systems. And the sustainable production system to be understood through gut microbiome analysis, detailed gut microbiome analysis. How much we really understand this area, I do not know, because I am completely ignorant, and you might be really knowing this. And and animals in captivity, and animals freely foraging, the goats of CIRG, and going confined to their own kind of area, what is barricade, and also going to their field and then releasing through the foraging system and the grazing system. So what is the difference? And if you isolate goats for that matter for through 2-3 generations and confine them to a particular area, don't allow them to go for grazing outside, what happens to their microbiome? And there are studies already which clearly reveals that microbiome differences do vary, and over generations that could be a shift, complete shift, and across generations, over generations, and that might bring a difference with regard to fodder feed utilization and the process, overall nutrition, the metabolism getting altered, and ultimately the performance and yield that we expect, or the milk or meat or whatever getting altered in the process. So I think there is quite a bit of intricacies there which need to be really understood. If they are understood, there is a need to identify gap areas. Greenhouse gas emission management associated with nutrition. When we inhibit one particular bacteria, certainly there would be impact on others. Yellowstone Park, they wanted to remove all the wolves. And once they removed all the wolves, there is a great impact on the ecology of the Yellowstone Park. And similarly, the situation with the gut microbiome, you remove one, inhibit one, you do find impacts. There could be some positive impacts. There would be many negative impacts when you actually interfere there. Because we don't understand very well the composition of the gut microbiome in case of animal system, and we do not understand breed specific gut microbiome, how they are impacted. And when you are inhibiting them through a tamarind powder or some other thing, and try to see that particularly the methanogenic bacteria are inhibited, and what really happens to the community and how their interdependence is disturbed, and how it is ultimately contributing to productivity, or it is otherwise. And I'm sure Dr. Kamara's colleagues and also colleagues in NINP have studied all these aspects while defining these kind of supplements, additives for addressing greenhouse gas emissions from the animal systems. So animals, if you think that they are dull and dumb and you can treat the way you wish, probably we are mistaken, and we have not really understood the animal system. So we have to really go down to that subtleties to understand how animals really behave. And animal behavior, we don't really know so much. So if you have tied down animals, and that is what happens in case of pet animals in most of the households, they're all tied down. And if you allow them to freely roam around, what difference it makes to the nutrition, what difference it makes to their overall productivity. I think there's a great deal of analysis which is required in this particular area. So nutrition, the gut microbiome, and then animal productivity and all that and their health, there's a need to really look at it, particularly the gap areas in this particular aspect. There some time back, there was a discussion on stool engineering. And stool engineering, by way of taking stool from a healthy individual and introducing into a very weak, debilitating individual to create an appropriate gut microbiome for individuals to have better health. So one should, in animal system, how feasible it is, and whether one should really look at this, stool engineering for a better gut microbiome, or the probiotics or prebiotics and all those that we talk about, that should be linked to proper microbiome analysis. So proper microbiome analysis is very, very essential. So we should be focusing on microbiome nutrition recommendation, not just area specific nutrition mixture recommendation. Area specific nutrition mixtures are based on deficiency in the soils, as I am told, I may be corrected, and different areas, different regions where soils are deficient in different kind of compounds, including micronutrients. And based on that, we have defined these kind of area specific mineral mixtures, and vis-a-vis the requirement of animals, their body weights, and so on and so forth. But what can be superimposed onto this is the microbiome data in an information system. That's the very, very important component of animal nutrition and metabolism. And I believe that we should be able to really work in this direction, what is happening globally and where we are and where we should really be taking this particular research, and can we really recommend the feed and fodder system, the mineral supplementation, and so on and so forth, in the context of the microbiome, because differential nutritional supplementation can promote some of these microorganisms, can also lead to elimination of some. And this is all well established. And given that, we should be able to really work out what could be the most useful nutrition for a particular herd or a particular organism or individual. Today, I believe that should be evolving, and we should be able to really do that. And the final aspect could be that how the food and feed that we are providing for animal nutrition, forget about the chemical nutrition that we do in the form of vitamins and other things, that how it influences the epigenome of the organism. Some of the time I did mention about it, that how epigenome gets altered by way of the nutritional supplementation. There are plenty of examples by now, and the nutrigenomic area is fast evolving in case of human system, and in case of animal system, I did see some examples at how the animal nutrition system is evolving. And in fact, for instance, the maternal nutrition, whether the mother is provided with a huge quantity of fat or protein, that determines the epigenome of the fetus. And you alter the feed system for the mother, you do find that the alteration in the epigenome of the fetus. And very difficult to imagine, but it is worthwhile mentioning that when there is fertilization taking place, after fertilization, you have erasing of all the marks with regard to epigenome, epigenetic marks which are getting erased, but some of them they retain their originality, and some of them are freshly introduced, and so that development takes place. And very importantly, the nutrition also not only determines the fetal health and the metabolism subsequently, but also that can be found in the grandchildren of the fetus. Grandchildren of the fetus. So some of these altered epigenetic marks might be finding place if the same kind of feeding continue in the grandchildren. So what I'm trying to emphasize is that kindly put off yourself, mute yourself, so that kindly, Falguni, put off your mic. So what I am trying to emphasize is that your nutrition, feed supplementation, and we say that huge quantity of rice straw is available and use them as feed and provide some supplementation, and how it is going to impact the generations, not just one generation, but generations. Do you have really data to really talk about confidently that that's the kind of feed system which is ideal for a particular animal system? And not only just maternal food for maternal nutrition, but even the paternal nutrition matters, and the overnutrition and undernutrition both are important, and that could lead to acquired metabolic situations. Acquired metabolic situations. We don't really understand at this point in time in ICR. I don't know how much we have worked with regard to acquired metabolic situations. It's not there genetically there, but individual can acquire that kind of metabolic state by way of feed supplementation, starting from mother's feed food to the progeny, and also in the grand progeny, you do find this kind of alterations happening. So the kind of alterations, whether it is histone modification, DNA modification, methylation, and other changes, or even non-coding RNA, production, or even epi alterations in the mRNA, which is altering the translation process. So nothing to do with DNA, nothing to do with histone, nothing to do with non-coding RNA directly, but indirectly the translation getting impacted and the metabolic process getting altered by way of AP alterations in the mRNA itself. So my point of emphasizing is that we can actually reverse the epigenetic effects by appropriate nutrition. And how do we really do this, and how much we need to really focus on in terms of our research? So genetic nutrition and epigenetic nutrition and microbiome nutrition, I think these are the concepts which we should be really bothering about. How do we really understand the genetic nutrition? What is that inherent capacity? And some people eating all kinds of foods and lots of fat consuming, not putting in, not becoming obese, and some not eating enough, still becoming obese. So that's the kind of genetic component of it, and we should be able to study an animal system. And what could be the genetic nutritional studies we should be really conducting? And similarly, the epigenetic nutrition and how much we should be really conducting now and taking this course forward and inventing something and developing in the process, inventing something new, a biological process getting discovered, and also in the process developing disruptive technologies. And also I did talk about microbiome nutrition and how our nutrition can be related to microbiome analysis and in the process, and all three getting integrated. So not just feed and fodder in isolation, what they contain and what is required for the animal based on 4, 5, 10 animal studies, and recommending something for the whole country or for a whole state, and how relevant it would be, and how these gross recommendations can be violated or can be proved through this kind of systematic analysis. Probably we have a lot more to really do, and that's what I perceive. I may be wrong, and you can actually go delve deeper and then see what could be the right thing to do in animal nutrition, because nutrition influences physiology, and physiology influences the productivity, the health, and because ultimate objective is to have more of productivity and also have animal welfare. If animal is not properly fed, can you go to the gosalas and see where are the problems in gosalas in terms of animal nutrition? It would be a big thing for all of us, all universities together and our institutes, wherever all the animal nutrition scientists and all those who are retired, to have a plan of action to go to all the gosala and see that whether the animal well-being is really taken care by way of providing them proper food. So animal well-being, even if they are not slaughtered, it's not really met. And that's what I assume. I may be wrong. I may be proven wrong. And your effort in this direction would be very, very useful. And if you can really proceed. So without taking any more time, so let me thank you all, and let me congratulate everyone, and who are linked today. I congratulate all those who have received awards and honors and fellowships, and I also express my sincere gratitude to the seniors, Dr. Pradhan, Dr. Ranjan, and all the Honorable Vice Chancellors. Dr. Rameshwar Singh is also there, and others who are there. And thank you very much for joining, and thank you very much for listening. And thank you, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Tripathi, for giving me this opportunity. I have taken longer than which was expected. I didn't expect that I'll take this long, because I had ignorance, plenty of it. So exposing my ignorance before you, so you can accept only anything which is good and right. So wish you all the very best, and thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking talk, wherein you have shared with us a narrative as to what has been done and what need to be done, and but more importantly, what could be done. Especially some of the novel out-of-box ideas that you have shared with us will be quite fascinating for the younger generation scientists, and more so for the students who are into entering into their research career. So thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and giving us your insight into the issues of animal nutrition. So with this, we are coming to the end.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. I take leave.
Sir, thank you. The word thank you, if said in the truest spirit, it encompasses emotions, compassion, reverence, gratitude, and above all, admiration. Arranging this event was a challenge for we the organizers. And if you feel that it has at least launched in a manner that matches your expectations, then it's because of people like all of you. It would be a long list of names which adorn our heart and reverberates in our mind at this emotional moment. But I can just say thank you with all my hearts. Thank you all. I now request all of you, both present physically online, to kindly stand up for the national anthem. Thank you. So we'll thank you very much, all the dignitaries who have spent their valuable time in joining these inaugural functions. From the organizers at IVRI Izatnagar, and from also from on behalf of the Animal Nutrition Association, we are thanking you all, those who have participated online. And as a matter of fact, just to inform you that by 9:30 today, we had a registration of 611 participants as a registered participant. So I'm not sure how much of them they have actually joined, but it was a great response to our call to join this Centennial Symposium. Thank you very much. We'll just break for 10 minutes. Then immediately after that, we'll have a very interesting session where we have two eminent speakers in Dr. S.K. Ranjan and Dr. N.N. Pathak. It will be just sharing of their memories, how things have evolved. So it will be particularly important for the younger generation. It will provide a window to the past for the younger students and younger scientists. So please join us after 10 minutes and by the time. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Dr. Ranjan sir.
Yeah, I am there.
नमस्कार और कैसे हैं आप?
ठीक हूँ। आप कामरा साहब कैसे हैं?
मैं ठीक हूँ, पहले से बेटर हूँ।
पहले से बेहतर है, चलो अच्छी बात है। नाइस टू सी यू।
ओके, मैंने कहा अभी शुरू में मैं थोड़ा लेट आया, तो
अच्छा,
आपसे मुलाकात नहीं हुई, तो मैंने कहा अभी कर लें।
चलो अच्छी बात है। अब ये सेंटिनल सेलिब्रेशन था, तो मैंने कहा हम भी पार्टिसिपेट कर लेते हैं।
बिल्कुल सर, आपके बिना ये इनकम्प्लीट होता।
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं।
नहीं, जो मेन चीज है वो शुरुआत तो आपसे हुई
ना वो तो ठीक है। आपने एनआरएल में काफी न्यूक्लियर रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी में बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन किया। योर कंट्रीब्यूशन इज वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट। आई मस्ट से दिया।
Hello.
हाँ जी,
Good to see you both, Dr. Anand.
Yeah, sir.
डॉक्टर प्रधान।
Welcome back. So we are coming up with the first plenary session. The session is will be chaired by Dr. K. Pradhan and co-chair Dr. Amrish Tagi, ADG, Animal Nutrition and Physiology, New Delhi, Dr. J.B. Ramana from Tirupati, and rapporteurs Dr. T.M. Prabhu from Veterinary College, Bangalore, and Dr. Ajit Kumar, Veterinary College, Meerut. So with this, I hand over the proceedings to the chairman, Dr. Pradhan sir, please.
Well, thank you very much. There is not much time now left according to the plan, but anyway, it depends on the speakers and how they can manage with stipulated time necessary. We can extend this beyond 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, and now our co-chair, Dr. Tyagi, Dr. Ramna.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. And also rapporteur, both of them, Prabhu and Kumar. They all are there.
Yes, sir.
So I also welcome you to this program. This is a plenary session 1. Two speakers, Dr. S.K. Ranjan and Dr. N.N. Pathak. As earlier it was told that they will be talking upon the development animal nutrition research in IVRI and other places. Maybe something different they will talk. Already we have heard about that. So may I welcome Dr. Ranjan and Dr. Pathak. Everybody knows these two speakers. I don't have to introduce the speakers. Dr. Ranjan is our senior most animal nutritionist, as I told in the inaugural function, and he has done quite a bit in IVRI. And in fact, he laid the foundation stone of many long-term projects in IVRI. I was that time at HISAR in HAU. And Dr. N.N. Pathak also in the IVRI, and he was in HISAR also for a brief period. And he has made a lot of contribution in the animal nutrition. We will be glad to listen both of them today in the very important function, Centennial Symposium, 100 years of animal nutrition research in India. What a great opportunity for all of us to listen to them. And I hope we listen, and if maybe we might have at the end of every speaker 1 or 2 questions if necessary. Otherwise, we might skip also. Let's see what happens next. So before we start, I want to give a little bit of concept of nutrition and metabolism, how it started. The concept of metabolism, that is transfer of food and oxygen into heat energy in body of animal or human, creating energy was discovered in 1770 by Anthony Lavoisier, you have known, a French scientist who is considered in popular literature as the father of nutrition. In 1836, Francois Mendel from Paris was first to separate food into protein, fat, and carbohydrate. And during first half of 1800, the elements of carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen, the main components of food, were isolated. Like humans, animals needed balanced diet containing all necessary nutrients such as water, protein, carbohydrate, minerals, vitamins. Proper nutrition gives animal vigor to grow, develop, and reproduce, and also provide immunity to fight of infection. This morning we have heard anything of the health and nutrition, so many other things, DG and DDG, both of them expressed there. And these are, I'm very glad that they have understood the importance of this nutrition and how animal nutritionists are faced with problems of tackling them. It's not that we have resources, we don't have much manpower, so we are handling. And IVRI, since the beginning, is facing the problem of very recently, of course, manpower and financial resources. But still, we are working. Our scientists very sincere, more effective than compared to other scientists. So I hope you all recognize it. And now, may I request Dr. S.K. Ranjan, our first speaker. Dr. Ranjan is here.
Thank you. Yes, I am here.
All right.
You are listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay. Dr. Pradhan, the chairman, Dr. Tyagi, the co-chairman, Dr. Ramana, Dr. Prabhu, Dr. Ajit Kumar, and distinguished participants to the symposium. My topic for presentation today is the role of animal nutrition research in animal production. As all of us know that animal nutrition and feeding is a very important component of animal production. About 60 to 75% of the inputs of cost of production of animals is by feeding of the animals, proper feeding of the animals into different species of the animals. India has the large livestock wealth in the world, about 192 million cattle, 109 million buffaloes, about 145 million goats, 75 million sheep, 851 million poultry, and 9 million pigs in the country as per the 20th census of the livestock in the country. We are the largest producer of milk in the world, as we produce about 198 million metric tons of milk annually. We're the fourth largest producer of meat in the world, but we produce 6.8 million tons of meat. We are the fourth largest producer of poultry. We produce about 105 billion eggs and 4.5 million tons of poultry meat. The contribution of livestock products to the GDP is about 4.9% of the GDP annually, which amounts to about 10 lakh crores of rupees annually, of which 2.5 lakh crore is by meat and poultry alone. We not only meet the requirement of the Indian people, but we export meat and animal products worth 64,000 crores annually, of which meat alone, buffalo meat alone, constitutes about 26,000 crores annually. India has developed its own feeding standards. In last 70 years, we have developed in our own feeding standards. When I joined the veterinary college in 1952, we were following the NRC requirements of USA and ARC requirement of UK. But now we have developed our own feeding standards, which were released by ICR in 1985. Then they were revised in 1995. And then under the able leadership of our chairman, Dr. Pradhan, we released the latest nutrient requirements in 2013 by the ICR. In order to feed the large livestock population in the country, we feel that if we feed them scientifically as per the nutrient requirements, then we are short of feeds and fodders in the country. We are short of forages, roughages, and the feeds. In order to meet up these requirements, there have been many researches which have been conducted in the country, like utilization of the agro-industrial byproducts, improving the nutritive value of the crop residues, develop supplements like urea, molasses, mineral blocks, area-specific mineral mixtures were developed, and reduce the methane, which about 10 to 11% of energy is lost through methane production. And by reducing the methane production, we try to improve the nutrition of the animals. I will not dwell on these researches because these have been mentioned, and what are the future researches which have been very nicely deliberated by our DG, Dr. Mahapatra. No? But I will dwell only with those things in which I was concerned directly, and how the animal nutrition research was applied large scale in animal production. As I had said in the inaugural session also, that in 1976, there was a very huge drought in Maharashtra. Then under the able leadership of the late Yun Debar, the cattle relief camps were open all around the sugar factories. At that time, bagasse was used only as a fuel in the sugar factories. So what we did, we had 3 teams which were going throughout the Maharashtra, and we impregnated the bagasse with 1% urea and 10% molasses and fed the animals. And millions of animals were saved in our country. Then in 1992, there was a Mount Pinatubo eruption, a volcano eruption in Philippines. I was hired by the FAO to prepare a urea molasses mineral block, which we had done, research we have done in our country. And large scale urea molasses mineral blocks were prepared, and they were distributed to the farmers, and millions of animals saved in Mount Pinatubo, for which I was awarded by the Philippine government by the Love Award. In 1993, there was again drought in Indonesia. There also we utilized the urea molasses mineral block large scale and saved the large number of animals in that country. Now, coming to after leaving the UN job in 1994, I joined the meat industry in India, and still I am continuing as a consultant with the meat industry. Now you see, in most of the meat plants, the animals are slaughtered about 10,000, about 1,000 to 2,000 animals are slaughtered every day. And there's a large quantity of digesta, which was coming every day, and this was being composted. And there was a big problem how to utilize this digesta. So what I did was that in 1998, we opened a integrated village livestock farms, and this digesta was collected, and we were feeding this digester to about 5,000 male cows, because the farmers were not raising the male buffalo calves because they were not a future dairy animals. They were slaughtering it. They were just allowing it to die it. So we created a market for these male calves, which we were purchasing it at the age of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. And we had opened a farm of about 5,000 animals. And these animals were fed with digesta. Digesta, we had an extruder. Extruder would extrude the water from that digesta, dry it for 2 to 3 days, then impregnate it with 1% urea and 10% molasses. And we fed along with this 2 kilograms of brewery waste. And you'll be surprised that these male cows grew at the rate of 600 to 700 grams per day. And there's a complete record. Every month we were making 1 crore from this farm. So what we did was, this was a practice which did for 10 years. I mean, this research which was done was utilized in these calves also. Now, only concern is about the future. What future we can do in animal nutrition? Because at present we have contributed a lot in increasing the milk production in the country, but the future is to produce organic animal products. I think we have already developed the guidelines, the standards, because of feeding the animals without any antibiotic supplement or any growth promoters or without any heavy metals. So we have developed how to grow the forages, how to prepare the concentrate mixture, and how to feed these animals so that the organic milk is produced, organic meat is produced, organic poultry and eggs are produced. These standards have already been developed by us in APIDA. APIDA is the Agriculture Product Export Promotion Authority in India, which is with the Department of Commerce and Industry. So for milk, we have already certifying the milk is being produced organically in the country, and this is being certified also. But I feel that in future, the animal nutrition will have a very big role in producing the organic animal products in the country, which could be used for our own consumption as well as could be exported also. We're already exporting the agricultural products like dal and like basmati chawal and like other things, which are being exported with the organic certification in USA. In USA is producing all these organic animal products. The milk, which is organic, it is sold at 1.5 to 2 times higher excuse me, than the milk which is produced not organically. So, but I feel that the nutritionists will have a greater role in producing the organic animal products in the country. Well, this is my submission, and I am very glad to participate and to give my views about the role of animal nutrition in animal production. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Are you hearing?
You are hearing or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's all my views. That's all. Thank you very much.
Very much.
If you have any question, I will be prepared to answer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Any question, one or two, because things are very specific and to the point. And if there is any question or any comment, otherwise you'll go to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan.
Yes. Next speaker is Dr. N.N. Pathak. May I have the pleasure of getting Dr. N.N. Pathak, and he will present his view, of course, general view.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my views. You see, animal nutrition research started in 1921 on the effort of Lord Lithgow when he was chairman of the Royal Commission on Agriculture. But before that, at Lalpur, there was P. Langer and Pandit Lalchand Dharmani in Agriculture College, and animal nutrition was there as a course of animal production. During the period of establishment of IVRI at Bhubaneswar, several nutritional problems were identified, and to solve that problem, an Institute of Animal Nutrition was visualized where health will be the main aspect of study and for finding their solutions. For this, During that same period, Degnala occurred along the in pre-independent India. Now it is in Pakistan at the border of Punjab and Pakistani Punjab. Caesar, the scientist at Mukteswar, he identified the disease, the symptoms, and he developed triple self for the treatment of this Degnala disease. That has not been mentioned anywhere, and we are ignoring that aspect. Second thing, you see, when this division was started, the main laboratory was the nutritional pathology laboratory, for which Dr. P.G. Pandey was the first nutritional pathologist, followed by Dr. Brahmadat, and one more friend, and Dr. Basudevan. Mineral deficiency and vitamin deficiency were the main subject of study, which are still in our ancient old reports, but that has not been reviewed. So these are some of the missing points which I have to highlight. And you see, since 1975, in veterinary colleges of USA, they are teaching veterinary nutrition, and animal nutrition is being taught in agriculture college and animal science college. Now we are not taking care of the health and nutrition relationship in serious matter. You see, ammoniation has been highlighted. Everybody is taught very good about ammoniation, but it is not absorbed, it is adsorbed. It is not chemically bound. And once you have ammoniated this stuff, it is ammonia is releasing gradually. So the person who is handling is not using gumboot or glove, or vital organs are exposed. Animal that keep eating, its vital organs are exposed. So there is continuous irritation and its effect on the skin and mucous membranes. Then Superbull highlighted, it was very highlighted. Then M.M. Kailas conducted experiment in which 25, 50 and 75% roughages were fed by Superbull. Dr. D.C. Joshi was his guide, but as per my habit, I used to inquire about all the experiments, and one day I found that the animals are very healthy apparently, but their size has reduced. Then I inquired from Dr. M.M. Kailas, and he is told the ratio of Superbull in the diet, and the animal with highest quantity of Superbull, they were stunted in growth. Then with great difficulty at that time, Dr. Ranjan was joint director, and permission was taken to slaughter a cattle. It was very difficult, but from each group one cattle was slaughtered, and it was found that the shaft, the marrow cavity that has widened, and thickness of shaft has reduced. The results are still preserved in the thesis. Despite my repeated effort, it has not been published so far. So, while taking what, you see, probiotic, prebiotic, and symbiotic, and whatsoever biotic you are using, these are only for the period of ill health. In healthy animals, it has very little effect, and that you have to review and study in detail. Friends, when we enter in the building, animal nutrition research, it has been written animal nutrition research. And if you go by history, this place was not for IVRI, it was only for animal nutrition research institute. But due to eruption of Second World War, the whole program was changed, and IVRI was shifted from Mukteswar to most of the part of the IVRI was shifted from Muktasar to Izatnagar. So history has to be again read and rewritten of the IVRI. And you see, we have to take, you see, our course is BVS in age. Before independence, before 1947, Linton book written in and published from Oxford in 1923 or 27, that gives all details of, you see, therapeutic dietetics of animals and the method of its preparation and administration. But most of our scientists and nutritionists, they are not aware of this book. Then there is a very detailed book on the clinical nutrition of large animals and therapeutic dietetics of animals. You see, in 1997, in this division, I established 2 laboratories. One laboratory for clinical nutrition, another for pet animal nutrition. In clinical nutrition, to start with, we took a parameter that is immune response of diet. It was just to justify the laboratory, but surprisingly, no further change has been made in that parameter, and still it is continuing in most of the thesis. And as far pet animal is concerned, we are purchasing animal, we are feeding something, you are having enough space, you breed the animal so that you should know its pedigree and then conduct research. So friends, there are many more things to say, and I am not prepared for that because of my other engagements. You see, I have tried to pen down all my experience and studies in books that have been published by different publishers in India and abroad in shape of 30 books and about 15 chapters in different books. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Pathak. It was a wonderful experience you had and gone through, and I think you have contributed significantly to the IVRI Nutrition Division, and people remember that. The type of work you are suggesting or you have not agreed to, this is being discussed in many forums, and I'm glad that we raised this issue, but we don't have to discuss further in this meeting. It's a plenary session, and if you have any scientist, anybody have any comment or observation what Dr. Pathak said? If not, I would like to ask our co-chair, what is Dr. A.K. Tyagi? I have not seen him. Is he here? Dr. Tyagi? No. Dr. Rama?
Sir, yes, sir.
Do you have any observation?
Sir, hello. Sir, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to be present in this history of animal nutrition research. Sir, we had very good presentations from 2 eminent speakers, how the animal nutrition has come into effect from the inception and how the developments have taken place and how the nutrition department has helped in drought situation in many occasions, and also how the importance of animal nutrition in relation to the clinical nutrition and therapeutics also was highlighted by the Pathak. So I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Tyagi is here. Patnaik, are you hearing? Raman, are you hearing?
Yes, sir, I'm hearing, sir.
Dr. Patnaik, Organizing Secretary.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Where is Dr. Tyagi? Here. Is he there? Or he is not attending? Hello.
I think, sir, he joined, but now I think he may be busy somewhere. He's not seen.
He's busy in Delhi.
I think I'm not sure, but it seems that one.
Where are the rapporteurs? At least I should see them. It's an opportunity to see all young and older scientists. Where are rapporteurs?
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Prabhu, sir, from Bangalore.
Yes.
Yes,
Good
sir. Yes.
Good to see you. So you are attending.
Yes, sir.
Myself, sir, Dr. Ajit Kumar, speaking from Meerut, sir.
Achha.
I'm there, sir.
Dr. Ajit, you switch on your video, please.
Who?
Dr. Ajit, the other rapporteur, I am requesting him to switch on his video so that we can see him.
I am already there, sir, but somehow, sir, it's not getting connected, sir. Then again, it get connected now.
Hello.
Yes,
sir, he is having some problem with the video. That's why he has the audio.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. I think this is a very shortest time we could finish as we expected a little longer. But both are very crisp and to the point, whatever they wanted to. Are you hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Since it is a plenary session, we don't have to give that sort of chance to have a long discussion. But it was anyway, there are two more senior persons in animal nutrition. They had the experience, they have what they know, they have expressed well, and I thank them and congratulate them for attending this function. I am so glad that you have given me this opportunity to attend the inaugural session on this. And I have some problem in my tooth. So it's a treatment, so I couldn't be that much of effective. But anyway, whatever it has happened, and I'm so glad. And I see Dr. Prakash Rao here. He has come. He has attended. I hope he was in the inaugural session. So I want to the DGs, because I may not get an opportunity to tell. The DGs, what he said, in addition to what we have been doing, what we have done, he appreciated that. And he has all kind of praise for that sort of work. But at the same time, he has given a pathway to go do in the future. The most aspect which we may not or may have the opportunity to do that is he has took three things. Acquired nutrition. It's a very difficult component of nutrition. Genetic nutrition, that is also difficult, but we can probably do that. Microbiome nutrition. Again, these are three aspects which it looks very fundamental now, but it has a long future for applicability. To all nutritionists to take his inaugural lecture very seriously, try to see what we can do in the future, how we'll prove to the world. The microbiology, particular rumen microbiology, he's talking on microbe, not only rumen alone, for all. Rumen microbiology, we have initiated the work, but unfortunately, things are not doing that well. And Dr. Kamra is not well. I'm told he is now doing better, improving. But let the youngsters come up. to do that kind of job. And may not be IVRI, may not be NDRI, may not be National Institute, NINP, it could be anywhere. But to start this work anywhere is not that easy. So all these three institutions, we have the basic fundamental requirement of working on this can further add to their capacity and facilities. With this again, I thank the speakers, I thank the co-chair and rapporteurs to have attended, and I'm so grateful to the director, to the IVRI, Dr. Verma, Dr. Patnaik, Dr. Garg, and all of you organizers of this symposium to have remembered me and given this opportunity to see most of the. But unfortunately, what I would suggest to Dr. Patnaik, it is not possible to see the speakers, at least once in a while, not speakers, audience. Once in a while, this was have senior people, they're shown. I didn't see anyone, except now I'm seeing the Prakash Rao, and all of you, of course, we are inside the room. I don't know, I have seen another webinar. We see once in a while other parade. So that we should do in future. Otherwise, we are sitting and looking at you only. We can't. You have a great hope of seeing some senior people here and there. That you should remember. Do that. It is not difficult, but you can manage that. So I thank you very much for
Thank
giving
you,
me.
sir. I have taken note of your point, and I ask our operator colleague to please roll the camera and show focus so that at least those who are here, sir, you all can see. And while that is being done, I wish to place on record our sincere thanks, because this session was unique in the sense that we had 3 stalwarts in animal nutrition, 1 chairing and 2 speaking. So it was meant to send a message across the younger generations and make them acquainted with these legendary figures. I think we have achieved our goal in that endeavor. And also a formal welcome to Dr. DVR Prakash Rao, who has been a patron for this, not only for this division, but also for the Animal Nutrition Association for since long time. Sir, it's good to see you joining here. And we'll be breaking for lunch. As per the schedule, we are supposed to meet at 2:15, and that session is again going to be very exciting. When this idea of the short film with comments from the stalwarts of animal nutrition, including younger generation, was mooted by the director IVRI, and we tried to populate the message to various corners, and initially the response was very poor. It is only during the last week we could get a good video message from very senior persons, and thanks to efforts of all these our colleagues, we could get in our hand messages from Dr. Negi, who has been in USA. We could be able to track him, thanks to Dr. Pradhan Singh and Dr. DC Joshi. There are so many. So what we have encapsulated in that 10 minutes film, it is just a glimpse, but the entire recording of maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, that has already been made into a film, which is about 1 hour and 30 minutes, that we are going to play in the next session, that is open session. And in addition to that, those videos, anybody who is also interested to contribute something or say something additional, they will also be welcome. So we are really looking forward to that particular session, which will be chaired by Dr. D.K. Agrawal, sir. So with this, we will now break for lunch. We will meet again at 2:50. And it is again announced that the session will be chaired by Dr. Agrawal, sir, co-chair Dr. L.C. Chaudhary and Dr. Saha, both from Izatnagar, rapporteur Dr. Ravindra Kumar Magdum and Dr. Chatterjee, P.N. Chatterjee, Paresnath Chatterjee from Kolkata. So with this, we are concluding this session. Thank you very much. And please do join us in time for this interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. B.N. Sekia. How are you?
Sir, good afternoon,
Fine,
sir.
sir.
Kamra, sir. I am J.V. Ramana, sir. J.V. Ramana from Tirupati.
Yeah, I know. You don't have to give your introduction.
Sir,
Prakash
good
Rao.
afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Sir,
Dr. Prakash Rao sends me mail every week. I'm really thankful to you that you remember me so often.
Of course. We're all good. To be honest, same fraternity. How can we not? Ramana, how are you?
sir, fine, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Nice to see you, Ramana. Nice to see you.
How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. Saikya, sir.
Mute करिए.
I think unmute करना है.
सर कमला नमस्कार सर.
Yeah. नमस्कार सर, क्या हाल है?
बस बढ़िया. बीच में हम डिटैच हो गए थे.
हाँ जी.
तो हमारी मीटिंग अलग मीटिंग थी.
अच्छा.
तो हम तो 11:30 बजे चले गए, तो सुन नहीं पाए आगे.
और आप कैसे हैं?
सब बढ़िया सर, बढ़िया, फर्स्ट क्लास.
बढ़िया ही होनी चाहिए.
So now you are going with some technical session है.
हाँ जी.
अच्छा,
शाम को है.
हाँ.
2:15 बजे.
अच्छा. तो इस समय गप्पे चल रही हैं.
हाँ, बस वो लंच ब्रेक हुआ है.
ब्रेक हुआ. अच्छा.
तो हमने डीम्यूट कर लिया. मैंने जो लोग बैठे हैं उनसे बात कर ले.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. यही तरीका है बात करने का। और क्या मीटिंग ऐसी होगी तो बात ऐसी ही होगी।
Dr. Ramana, Dr. Prakash.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ramana, कैसे हो?
Yeah, sir, fine, sir.
चल रहा है। ये
You are enjoying at your place.
यही एक जलवा निकल गया, online everything.
Yes, sir. Classes are also going online, sir.
Yeah. But it has taught us a lot of things. I do not know
Yes,
why.
sir, definitely, sir. New innovations have come, sir.
Prasad sir, कैसे हैं?
No, I don't know why my video doesn't support me.
Sir, we are able to hear you, sir. Prasad, sir.
But you are not able to see me. I want you to
No,
see.
sir, we are able to see
we
you.
can see you, sir. We can see you. We can see you now.
Oh, you can see me, but I cannot see myself.
Dr. Prasad, how are you?
Oh, good, sir. Good. Thank you very much.
Your voice is very low, Dr. Prasad. I think you increase your volume probably.
Hello, now you can hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Nice talking to you.
Same here. I should keep my voice and all perfect for tomorrow's presentation. You should all.
No, it's you are audible.
Audible. Okay.
You're audible, but it's lot of people have. Little people.
So, Dr. Rao, how are you? How are things? So, now a
Fine,
lot of
sir.
responsibility as a president.
Yeah. I'm now the president of the academy, trying to do some improvements here and there.
I'm sure you will do. I'm sure you will do. You have always been contributing. I'm sure you will do.
Dr. Ramana, can you hear me?
Yeah, Saikya, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Sir, fine, sir.
Still in your college, classes are online?
Yes, sir. So for what we are doing is 1/3 of the batch we are calling for the exams and 1/3 are on online, sir.
But in our college, we have invited all the students. Now classes are going on full swing.
Yeah, but for exams, sir, we are taking batch wise, sir, because the strength is more and we want to maintain the social distance.
In Assam, the number of cases are quite less.
But our physical classes are going on now. Exams are also on physical mode.
Assam can afford
Offline.
Very good. At least some activity has started.
So I think we should. You people have taken your lunch, or you skip lunch, or because Shivratri.
Yeah, they have gone for lunch.
Sorry.
We can have lunch here.
Lunch is on e-mode, sir.
I'm fasting.
Shivaratri.
Kamra sir, very nice to see you after a long time, sir. I could see you.
I was almost on the bed for 1.5 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Last 1 year, we have not been able to meet anybody except on some Zoom platforms.
Yeah.
Dr. Das, Sushanta Kumar Das, how are you?
Oh, Dr. Das, photo aa raha hai.
Mishra ji is coming on this screen.
Good afternoon, Mishra ji. Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah. Fine, Mishra ji. Fine.
So, everything is fine there?
Yeah, everything going on well.
Oh, Dr. Mishra, कैसे?
I'll join you in a couple of minutes, okay? I'll join you, please.
Dr. Saika, I don't think I have met you any time. Where are you, Dr. Saika?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Das, sir.
Dr. Sushanta, please unmute your mic. Video, your voice.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now we could hear you.
Yeah.
How are you? My good friend.
और साइकिया कैसे हो भाई?
ठीक है।
वो तो दिख रहा है
अच्छा चल रहा है. Now in Assam electioneering is going on. Assembly election. So
like West Bengal also.
वो तो चलता रहता है.
Oh, you are Nessam? Yeah, now we can see your face, Shishanta. Then now we can
Yes,
see
sir.
your
Yes,
face.
sir.
How are you?
Fine, fine, sir.
You got copy of my letter sent to Chief Minister?
Ajay, you told me that you have sent in my mail, but I could not find your mail.
My mail?
Please resend it.
I'll ask my secretary to do it today itself.
Yeah.
I'll ask her to do it today itself.
Yeah, yes, sir.
In fact, I thought I talked to his private secretary one of these days because Dr. Our Pradhan Saab bola hai, I think you should talk to him, he said. Pradhan Saab kal baat kiya mere se.
Yes, sir.
He was telling me I talked to you afterwards about this.
No, if I'll get the mail there, then I will try to have a contact with them.
Okay. I will repeat it right away.
Please resend it the mail.
I'll ask her to do it.
Dr. Das, how is Dr. Deori?
Deori is fine.
He
He is enjoying his retired life.
Okay.
Now I am busy for our veterinary university.
Okay.
So final draft is to be submitted within 2-3 days. So I am a member of the committee which is formed by the government.
Okay. So it is last month declared now about your veterinary university.
It is declared by the government, and they have told us to submit the detailed project report.
What about
the university will be come into existence, actual activity from when?
Most probably from the next year.
Next year. Okay.
Dr. Saika, what about Assam Veterinary University?
Assam University is already there. It is to be.
Dr. Prakash Rao sir, from Assam already your cabinet memorandum is being submitted. It is up to the cabinet. Now the election has come. I think the next government will implement it as soon as the government is formed. Because it is only for the cabinet decision it is being left. Only for the cabinet decision.
What I told ML Sharma,
Dr. Barua, welcome.
Our Vice President, telling me the same thing.
Barua sir, welcome sir.
Barua, how are you?
Welcome.
Namaste, Dr. Barua.
Fine.
I think Dr. Vashi spoke to you on this subject, isn't it? Dr. Vashi spoke to you?
Hello, Dr.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
How are you?
Long time.
Yeah.
After a long time.
Yes. We'll meet again, don't worry.
Yeah. As soon as the situation will normal.
Yeah, almost normal.
Yeah. Now I can move. Verily.
Most probably we have taken the vaccine.
Yes.
We have already taken the first dose of vaccine.
Okay, two again.
No, I have not yet taken any vaccine because I'm in a room. There are no things. So, but I will take the vaccine as soon as
Unlock it. No. Dutar তুমি এখন
Dr. Kamna, how do you feel now? No problem, no complication?
Dr. Prakash Rao,
How are you feeling now?
Yeah, you are very silent. What is happening? Are you okay?
I'm okay. Perfect.
You are not
Watching all of
speaking.
you.
Other gossiping. I thought I saw you that people are sitting here. I thought we should meet you.
মাজতে অলপ প্ৰব্লেম মাজতে অলপ প্ৰব্লেম দিলে ইয়াত আৰু দৌৰিব নোৱাৰো তুমিও নাই LC চৌধুৰী ক'লো